forward. But then again, our involvement with also the academic institutions, that doesn't only end on the on only involving the students. It also goes beyond how do we ensure that we are developing solutions or research projects together with universities. How do we make sure that we are trying different methodologies in terms of in terms of connectivity? Because I believe when it comes to connectivity, especially in the African region, we don't have one solution fit all. As for Tanzania, our country is huge and vast, and you cannot have one solution for every region. And you have regions in the peripherals that are hard to connect, regions in the center of Tanzania that are hard to connect, and these regions require different solutions. So I think through our partnership with academic institutions, we're able to develop different research projects on how can we connect people in the peripheral regions, how can we connect people at the center of Tanzania, how do we make sure that connectivity reaches everyone at the comfort of their home. So for me, I'm really advocating for the youth agenda, and I'm not all about talks. So I think if we are to come again and sit next year, we could have best practices and say these are the amount of youth that we've assisted in terms of funding. We have been able to fundraise and raise this amount of funding. We have supported youth initiatives. These are the results. So I think it's about time we move from the policy discussions and go to really actionable and implementable items that can really bring results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that is spot on. So let me break it down and have all of us aligned on what's next. So Catherine brought us from we're trying to answer the question of how we can bring youth into the space. So she mentioned funding, and the idea of funding, I think, comes to me in two ways. There is funding needed to actually get people in the space, if you'd ask me. So this initiative is being worked on in Monique, I mean, students, right, or young people, and so there'll be some support in a certain way. It can be, say, internet support or support for stipends or something because they're in the program. So even in bringing people into the space, we need funds to do that. And then she's mentioned something that I think is also very helpful. Beyond the IGF, what next? I think that's what we're going to go into. She's mentioned that we have to walk the talk, essentially to see, because we are giving recommendations from here, but how about we have support that taps into a certain fund and can have some of the things move forward before any other thing happens. So after the IGF, can we have a youth access fund, like you said, and can we have support for, it can be a tiny support for a project that's running for a certain period, and that would deliver some metric based on what has been discussed in the year for the IGF and all of that, and we can report back and say these are the results. So that one is also very important. Then she comes back to talk also about, the next one was about the collaboration between schools and the work that she's done. Right? And that's also pretty much in line with what is in Monique. So we have things that are discussed here at the IGF, like policy discussions. Our friend from Caribbean spoke to us about how they're doing internships. So can they also be, aside from, you have the fund, so let's talk about the fund, the access fund, what can be done about it. The next one is, can we have a repository where young people can be mapped onto certain projects and can be worked on to get hands-on skills or expertise in the various discussions that usually happen here. It can be policy making, it can be implementing community networks, it can be how to do some of these. So now, the two things that we've seen here by way of after the IGF, what next is walking the talk in funding, walking the talk in hands-on capacity building, which is probably being done in collaboration with schools and the young people. Now, the question is for you, our audience, after the IGF, what next for young people? You can put up your hand and you can add to the conversation. Anybody with an idea after the IGF, what next? Okay, we have. Okay. You want to pass it on? Yeah, you can speak actually if you wanted to.
So the question is, what should happen next?
Yes, after the IGF, I mean, so we've discussed what the engagement for young people looks now, and we've told us what can improve, right? So after we've been here in this discussion, what can be a way to sustain the discussions or to move things forward to see some results? So after our engagement in this space, what next? What can we do?
I mean, I think so what I hear from the discussion is we're talking a lot about empowerment, real empowerment. And I took the policy discussion as being also maybe going into the direction of self-governance, so people don't only partake in the discussion, but they also learn how they can behave and what consequences are for them. So that's what I got from you. But I think this central empowerment concerning also being an actor in this whole sphere, I think what we could do is try to pool resources. Yeah, so maybe universities could pick up on those ideas, or we could find ways to communicate over that, or to have spaces for the ideas. Yeah, I think this might be a first step. I completely agree with the kind of notion that we need funding, but I think the first step is showing for what. So showcasing your ideas, having a space where people can refer to and say, hey, there is great work on the ground in Tanzania, and basically we need this fund. We know why we need this. This might also create trust, and then kind of developing partnerships, communication, and from there, hopefully soon having the resources, as you said it, to really also implement things and take things more seriously. Yeah, but because that's also what I got from all of you. There is a kind of structural imbalance. Yeah, and we have to. That's not good or bad. It's just the way it is. As young people, you don't have the same power, for example, as an important company, although you should have. Yeah, and we need to kind of rebalance that, and that's kind of the task. But you already gave, I think, very good ideas yourself. So. If we form a partnership in small steps and also find ways where to put ideas and to showcase them, I think this would be a good first step.
Thank you very much, Professor. Just to add a simple question on you, Professor, I think academia plays a great role in creating an active society that actually embraces change, because academia is the place that creates all the policymakers. So if we are to fix all the policy gaps, it should begin in academia. We see right now climate change and climate activism is something that's actually taken a lot of implementive change. And really young people like Greta Thunberg are the ones who are pushing for breaking the structures in a new reform. So what do you think? Is it rather an informed citizenry perspective, or an active engagement from young people actually understanding and creating these coalitions that is important in creating policy in the tech space? Or how do you think we create this some sort of synergical social structure that will help in implementing policy that actually represents the change that presents walking the talk?
I think that's a very difficult question, obviously, but I think if we are aware of the resources we have and the importance on the academic side, I think it's knowledge, leadership, and also academia does a lot in tech as well. So as you pointed out, so I think that's something we can offer, and I think academics understand very well that they need to open up, that this kind of participation has to participatory methods, open knowledge, and ways to involve all kind of stakeholders, but specifically stakeholders where there is a kind of structural imbalance, is super important. And I think that would be actually a quite easy sweet spot to, for example, take in things. If I can translate ideas to my colleagues who work on connectivity and these things, yeah, then maybe they are inspired by that. So that would, for me, be a natural sweet spot, because the resources are already there. But I would also say academia has to change. Yeah, it has to open more to society in some respects, especially also when we talk about technical universities like my university that are developing these technologies. They also have to be aware. But I think that's really something that could be done quite well with formats that you like the one you put into practice.
Thank you so much. Yeah, there was, and you two, hand in hand.
Thank you so much. This is Ashraf from Bangladesh. I'm leading the Bangladesh Youth IGF Internet, and parallelly I'm the human resource professionals. So my question is very simple. We are talking about the empowerment, but as we know, youth are the future leaders. So they want to contribute more in the IGF process or for the IGF community. But for the next, we have any initiative to do something that for the youth community to build the capacity development? I just want to know, there's the initiative, what you have.
Yes, thank you for that. For the youth IGF mostly, we have a institutionalized coalition that's actually accepted and represented in the multi-stakeholder approach. But in terms of empowerment, if I might speak, in reality of the matter, it really needs to begin by youth seeing themselves in these spaces. Youth seeing themselves speaking in these spaces and actually taking the change that they want. Because in the end, we want to create operational purpose. And this is gained through actionable engagements such as this. So the Youth IGF is one mechanism that tries to bring capacity building as well as dialogue interactions, and this is direct engagement with the whole multi-stakeholder approach here, where everybody can be heard and change can be implemented, and that's good. But it still has to be self-started with personal agencies. That's how you create empowerment, because it's still quite a personal thing. And to add more on the quite structure of what Youth IGF does, I think I'll leave it to you.
So, I mean, he's mentioned the IGF, the Youth IGF, which is like pretty much what we are in now and what we've worked in. But Catherine works as a civil society, in a civil society group, which trains people and builds capacities. We have also partnership with private institutions and institutions that are pretty much also in line with like building youth capacities. We've seen those come up from the IGF. And a good example is the Internet Society. The Internet Society runs what we call the fellowship programs. They are Internet Society ambassadors right now in the IGF and undergoing development on different IGF topics. That is one partner. There is ICANN with the fellowships. They have ICANN fellowships. They have ICANN Next Gen Fellowship for students. Then we have Access Now, which they have their event RightsCon, where they fund people to go to the event to learn on issues with and contribute to issues too. And that is pretty much what people are doing to build capacities. And it's in this room, we've heard about people in Pakistan bridging the gap between industry skills and theory-based learning in school. We've heard of also in Monique what's happening with innovators and students in the same room and trying to bridge that gap between expertise, right? So another angle that we think this can go is, like you said, where more people come on board to say, this is what we're doing, and it's on the lines of this particular topic. So you can sign up to get trained, get learned, or get trained, get taught, or be in an internship. It should be a very diverse approach so that people who learn with different styles can also benefit. It shouldn't just be by listening or probably just by attending, but hands-on, we've seen that there's training that's happening. Internship is also helpful. So those are ways that right now we see that there's capacity building or empowerment that's happening. And if probably you wanted to have some of these happen in your countries, I would advise that we have conversations on, not conversation, I advise that you have a contact with some of these partners, and they usually run trainings and they fund them. For example, Internet Society runs trainings on community networks, and they fund people to really build the community network. So that's also by way of getting people to have the change or create the change that they want to see and being a part of it. Yeah, essentially.
That's great. I hope it will be more effective in the future. Right. Thank you.
Ashraf? Yeah. Kashif, I think before you were here, I informed them, like, since you are from the Asia Pacific region, I represent Dot Asia. I'm their board member. And we have a very specific program, especially for youth and the youth of the Asia Pacific. A program called Net Mission Ambassador Program, where like all the governance issues, whatever like the youth participation for policy making, and the engagement and all, we cover that. It's a couple of months program. You do register for that. So from there, like we run this program for a couple of months, and then from there we take them to Asia Pacific IGF event, and from there they come to the global IGF. So it's like very systematic approach where you go learn step by steps, and then you become part of this knowledge community.
Thank you so much for your update.
Hi everyone, my name is Sumaya. I'm from Kenya. I'm a tech policy practitioner. But I wanted to just, before Catherine mentioned the issue of funding, that was like the only thing in my mind. So currently I'm part of a youth-led campaign that is funded by Amnesty International and Botna Foundation. And I was about to say, when it comes to being a young person in the policy space, a lot of what we are also interested in is never funded. So one thing is to fund. There's funding, number one, and giving us access, but there's also funding things that matter to us, right? So currently, what Amnesty, Kenya International, and Botna Foundation are doing is they've created a series of digital campaigners all over the world. So currently, those are previous cohort in Nigeria that finished. Now we have one in Kenya, we have the Philippines, and sadly the Ukraine, but that didn't go on because of the ongoing war, right? But what they do is basically they look for young, they call them digital disruptors, give them a budget, let them decide what they want to do. So what we've done so far is literally do the research, and it's supposed to be a campaign that touches on both young people and children. So also children are very forgotten in this discussion. And who else, can represent children apart from the youth who are former children, yeah, or current children. Yeah, we're still kids. Yeah, but basically, so what they do is they literally give you a budget. You disruptors, you're chosen like around 6 of you from different specialities. So we have lawyers, we have IT guys, we have campaigners, etc. And then you just basically create your own campaign from scratch. You do the monetary evaluation, you do the research, find out what matters to youth right now, right? So what we were able to do in Kenya is we found out that most young people care about their data. And what's happening in Kenya is a lot of commercialization of data, and most of this data it stems from misuse of data. So for example, you'll come to the IGF, give out your details, months later you're finding weird text messages or things like that. So we realized that young people really care about that, and that now we're working on a campaign that has to do that. So not only funding, but making sure it's independent funding that lets young people decide what area they want to work on, what kind of things matter to them, and then giving them the space to actually go ahead and do it.
Hi, my name is Alkags from the Open Institute in Kenya. I'm having a lot of fun in this listening to this conversation because I was in a similar conversation, but with people who are former youth like myself, and they were talking about youth participation. The observations that I have made so far is that so policy has a structure to it, has a way that it is done. There's the knowledge creation that is done around it, and the understanding of what the issues are, and the implication of a policy. Then there's the formal presentation of the policy to the people with the capacity to make the change, and then now policy is made. Young people care about some things that are really important, not just to them, but even to the rest of us. They care about, as she has talked about, Sumaya has talked about, they care about data. They care about climate change. They care about jobs. They care about livelihoods. But in all of these things, the question often that occurs to me is that there is a power to organization, or to the organization of people, that young people are able to do that sometimes they are not doing, either because of the fact that they are waiting to be invited to some of these tables, or because they are not understanding the process that it takes. But young people are not homogeneous. There are those young people who are like yourselves, who are already way ahead of the curve in terms of understanding how to converse with us former youth, and understanding how to discuss policy and so on. But there are also young people that I saw on TikTok the other day being asked about the SDGs, and they have no idea even what the SDGs are, or that there is any such thing as SDGs. So I think there's a spectrum. The value that might come is from young people who are like yourselves to begin to organize even these other young guys, figure out what it is that they care about, and find a way to translate it, because they might not translate it. And we are not on, former youth are not on TikTok or social media. So the one thing that you want to do is to make sure that you have organized young people, structured the conversation that they are having into policy speak. You spoke a little bit about languages and policy, language formulation. Translate that information into language, and then find your way, because of the fact that you can show numbers, because of the fact that you can show the process that the methodology that you went through in terms of collecting the knowledge and so on and so forth, and bring it out now to spaces where you have already been invited. so that then change can happen. The biggest challenge is that a lot of the youth activities I see have been organized by us, right? So what happens is, it is that former youth have come with an agenda. They're saying also, guys, I think I need to bring 15 of you. I'll fund you. I'll take you. So at the end of it, it happens that youth conversations happen kind of like where this conversation is happening. The main conversation is happening upstairs in the main auditoriums. We're downstairs, all the way down in a room somewhere discussing youth affairs. This is what generally happens because of the fact that there hasn't been enough of a mobilization and organization so that the power of that voice can be properly heard.
Hi everyone, my name is Oshuke from the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum, and I just wanted to touch on some, just maybe one main point concerning the level of youth participation that we have now in internet policy and internet issues as a whole. One thing I know most of us will agree on is that most of us here had this kind of orientation about the internet growing up, and that in some way has brought us to this point where we are now. There's this group of people that they're usually marginalized or ignored most times when we talk about things like youth participation, and that thing is the first line of attack now for ensuring that the new generation are brought up with the kind of orientation that will make them want to participate in the internet. And those groups of people, teachers, parents, guardians, it's very important that we do not overlook the fact that these three groups of people, or this one group of people, have a very important role to play in ensuring that the next generation can actually influence and fill in those shoes that we were not able to fill. And you agree with me that when you look at the stages of former youth, and the coming youth, there's this gap of, I'm looking for the best way to put it. What they know, we do not know some of them. But what we know, they do not know some of them. And it's going to be the same way with the next generation. So it is very important that we look at bringing those groups of people that can instill that kind of orientation that will make you naturally click into opportunities, click into solving these problems or challenges that we are facing, and ultimately have youth participation that will be way better than what we have now. Because I think we're doing well in a way. Thank you.
The youth participation with regard to policy making, the first thing should be changing the scenario of formulating policy in most African countries. As my brother already have said that, most policies in Africa are formulated behind closed doors and then thrown to the community, which is at the lower level. So changing this scenario is an important thing to encourage the participation of the youth in policy making at every aspect. And in relation to this, I want to say the other thing that is important to encourage the youth participation with regard to policy making is encouraging them to organize. Under their organization, they should discuss they should not discuss most of the time politics, to keep the interest of the government. That should be avoided. Politics is important, in fact. They should take some of their time to discuss on the issues of politics with regard to their country. But most of the time, the youth should discuss parents should keep away their control from the youth generation. They they keep free, but they their control should be regulated. Should not be tightened. This is what I would like to say in order to encourage the participation of the youth in policy making.
Thank you very much for that. And that's true what he said. That Yusa, after you make your remarks, and then we'll pass it to the room.
Thank you very much. I've heard all the very constructive discussion about policy and policy making and the inclusion of the youngsters. That's very encouraging and motivational to hear. I think I would second my senior sitting back there. In terms of when you think about making a policy, you need to have in-depth knowledge of the processes, of the implications, and also the impact of that policy. It could be backwards and forwards. So you have to consider both sides. So I would say if we kind of really want this inclusion, let's say start to plan it, we should have a mechanism where we must admit that there are so many youngsters out there who have like really good knowledge of the implementations on the field in different areas, and also in terms of they know more new modern technologies in this era than the previous generation. So they can be a really good part of that policy. But how? So they should be kind of give their recommendations, and those should be considered on a senior level, where someone is there who can put up or add up their experience to what is being suggested, what is being put on to the table. And then that could definitely go and get an approval for a policy. Yeah, so that is a way of one way of getting it done, rather than I mean, it is easy that with even forums like IGF or Asia Pacific IGF or EU IGF, youngsters can be recognized, that who are the potential youngsters who could really become a policy maker, or who could write the policies, and then those should be presented to a senior forum where those youngsters are also present to defend. And they should also have an understanding of what they are saying, why they are recommending it, and what this policy can add up as an impact going into the future. Yeah. So there has to be, I mean, this mechanism can be established very easily. Obviously, when it is brought up in the discussions, then there could be a structure which could govern that, be it the policy in the parliaments, like for the regional approvals or the country level approvals, or be it an international policy over the internet, or even if you take it further, be it like a policy to call it, this is a cybercrime, this is not a cybercrime. This is the for example, in EU, you must have heard of GDPR, yeah, or other data protection policies across the globe. So those policies obviously have some pros and cons with them. They have implementation implications when it comes to, I mean, you are going to implement a policy. Let me quote one example of banking. So you are putting up a policy and you suddenly cannot just announce it and the next morning it will be like implemented. No, you have to change your infrastructure accordingly. Yeah, so it doesn't just happen overnight. And this is where the youngsters need the experience of their previous generation to learn, okay, how this is going to be implemented, and if it is going to be implemented, what are the consequences? How much pressure it could put on the economy of the country, how much problems it can create. So all these things need a structure. I mean, I really appreciate that youngsters are coming up and they are saying that we should be part of the policy. That's really nice and encouraging to hear. At least at my young age, I was even unable to think of it. Yeah, so to be very honest. But now, if you are taking this initiative, then think of a process, how you could be part of it, and then how you could be part of, how you could learn that with an exposure to some smaller implementations. Like she said that they are working and creating stakeholders, connectivity in Tanzania. That's a good learning curve for the youngsters to get an exposure and then learning about the problems and then thinking of their solutions and then ending up saying that, okay, we should propose this as a policy to the government of Tanzania, to the Internet Governance Forum, and all these big forums. So this is what I wanted to add.
I would like to add only two words, how you can involve youth. It's only about just give them, appreciate them and encourage them. That's what all I believe youth needs. I would like to add one more thing, that there's a suggestion in my mind that why not in the next IGF you or someone plan to have a session, something like an award ceremony, that what are the young people who presented something in this IGF have achieved something. I mean, they should be presenting it. I mean, that will encourage them and certainly encourage new young people to get involved.
Okay. Yes, I see most of the Generation Z clapping hands when you say appreciate them and encourage them. And I also kind of feel like IGF is the place where we come to get high, and then when we go back home, we get our dreams crushed. I've been there, done that. I think when we were implementing the school connectivity project, it took us a full year of 2020 to have a contract signed and the project implemented, the full year of lobbying the government and different stakeholders to come together to see the importance of connectivity. And I remember for us, I think for my side, from my experience in Tanzania, the policy discussions have like, they are never from top down, like the government involving us on how do we create better policies or how do we have better regulations. It's never that. So we have taken the initiative to at least us approaching them on how we can have better policies, how can we have policies that are friendly and favorable to us. But I think the best example has been when we had a meeting, I think, after all the discussions, they called us to the ministry, and then we were there sitting with the Ministry of Education. I'm allowed to say that? Okay, we are sitting with the Ministry of Education, and then they're like, okay, what do you have? So we start explaining about the project. This is what we have in mind. Because previously I thought, as you're saying, I thought as a youth, if you have good ideas and they're implementable, but people would just hold your hand and say, this is a very good idea, let's implement it. But that's a different process when you're engaging the government. Like, they sat there on the boardroom looking at us. We're a bunch of youth sitting somewhere, they're asking us all these different questions. How do you think this is going to work? Do you have the funding? Do you have this? Do you have that? After all a full day of meetings, they, okay, go and implement. There was no any like, okay, this is a very good idea, let's implement it together. And it has been like from top down, and it was never been from bottom up, but never from top down. So I think if we are to really have friendly policies, because at the end of the day, we have good ideas as youth which could benefit our societies. That's still my standing. But we do not have that the right, I think, involvement from the government, because they're the ones who make policies. Yes, the right encouragement, I would say, because they're the ones who make these policies. So by the end of the day, we have a very good project on hand, and then we have a lot of policies that are against us in the school connectivity project. First of all, you have ICT subjects in school are still optional. So you have all the infrastructure in place. You have everything from the CAPEX. The donors have donated the devices, the skills are there, but still the policy says the ICT subjects in schools are optional. So you have only 5 students opting to take computer subjects. And then you're building a generation, then you're saying a generation, you're bringing digital skills and digital advancements, but still the policy is against you, because you cannot force teachers to force the students to come into the computer labs to study computer studies, basic computer skills. And then again, you have, on the case of sustainability of the projects, you have different ministries, and then for a project as ours, it cuts across 3 different ministries. So you have the Ministry of Finance, you have the Ministry of ICT, you have the Ministry of Education, because it's an ICT project. So you go to the Ministry of Education because it cuts across education. They say, this is an ICT project, go to the Ministry of ICT. So you go to the Ministry of ICT, you tell them about the project, say, this seems like an education type of project, go to the Ministry of Education. So you're being bounced around between different ministries, and you don't know who is accountable for this project at the end, who to take over once the donor funding is over. So you're still struggling with sustainability of these projects, and all the ideas that you have, the policy is still backing you up in a corner. So that's why I'm saying still there is no involvement. You have good ideas as youth, but still the policies are still working against us, I think, in most.
I just wanted to say something based on the story that you've given. I work in a sector that is difficult for governments. Governments don't like to be transparent, and that's the job that I do. I try to get governments to publish data and publish open data and tell us what they're doing with our money and so on, which is difficult. When we started the open data journey and we went to present it to government, we had the similar experience as you're having. No, I think you should go to Treasury. I think this one is the Attorney General's story. I think this is a Parliament story. And you kept doing that over and over again. And what happened was eventually we found one champion who was prepared to do something small. And we were able to get something small done and make sure that there are well-written reports and lessons learned out of it. Now it moves into policy speak. So it's taking that little success, that little victory, because I know even you guys have that little victory. Taking that little victory and documenting in policy speak so that then they can begin to listen to it, because they will listen to something when it is framed in their language. When finally we got a new president and we got a chance to go and present open data to the president, we understood that the government cared more. They didn't care about transparency. I have not yet to this day met a government that says, you know what, we want to be transparent. I haven't met one. They say it in speeches, but I haven't met one. But they care about other things. They care about job creation. They care about so on. So when we went to see the president, we said, Open data is useful because it will create jobs, because young people will use the open data to build apps like Google Maps and so on and so forth. And we showed him how Google Maps comes from Ministry of Lands Information. And the president listened to that and he said, yes, go and do it, because it's not about transparency. It's about creating jobs. So what I'm trying to say here is that framing of an argument is really important. Sometimes, even though you know this is what you're trying to do, you're trying to get transparency done. But if you frame it as transparency, it won't move anywhere. But then if you figure out creatively a way to align whatever it is that you're trying to do with something that will make them shine, then you'll find that they come a little bit further to the table. Second short story. 2015, the world has promulgated the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the things that we start asking ourselves is, how do you track the Sustainable Development Goals, and how do you track that we are succeeding? And the way that you do that is if you can count, instead of doing the general statistics that have been done since 1954, how do you go and count every single household? Because technology allows us to be able to do that now, and know that how many households don't have water, and therefore provide water to the houses that don't have water, and you have achieved Sustainable Development Goal relating to water, isn't it? When we presented that to statisticians, African statisticians from across the continent, all of them, Dr. So-and-so and whatever it is, they said these young people are idiots. In words, they didn't imply it, they said it, you know, this is idiotic. You can't come and present such things to us, because we know the science of statistics and so on and so forth. When we left that room, we went to one location in Laneto Moja in Nakuru County. We went and counted every single household. We went and did a census in every single household. We then made sure that we understood what the priorities are, worked with the citizens to make sure that they advocated for themselves to have a hospital. And then they advocated for themselves to have a water filter in every kitchen. And once they had done that, and they knew that there was a water filter in 12,543 kitchens, then we were able to take that, again, write it in report form, again, put it in lessons learned format in policy speak, and then took it back to the same guys and told them that citizen-generated data is actually possible, and here is proof. They said, you are lucky because you went to one village. So we did it in 10 villages. Then we did it in 20 villages. And once we had done that, because of the fact that we were presenting the success of one, the funding followed the project. We didn't have money when we started. In fact, we were having meetings with the villages, and we were eating in their houses because of the fact that we couldn't afford, beyond taking ourselves to the village, we couldn't afford more than that. But the money followed that report. And people said, well, that's interesting. We'll give you a little money to see whether you can do it again. So when we did it again and it succeeded, more money followed the project. And so now we have been able to do citizen-generated data across a full county. Based on that, now Kenya has a citizen-generated data policy. But it's a long process, and it has to be something that you care about, and it has to be something that you do creatively, and you decide that you will do it regardless of whether government supports it or not. One of the biggest challenges that I have seen with people, especially from those of us like yourself, like myself in civil society, and especially those of us who are not from big organizations, is that a lot of times we wait until we have the funding to do whatever it is. We wait until we have convinced government before we move, and so on and so forth. We realized when we still had no money, that if we do the thing that we need to do, regardless of whether money is there or not, what tended to happen is that money tended to follow the idea, because money always follows good ideas.
Yeah, I just want to echo some of the things that were said. I'm listening to everyone, and I think if we're going to change governments and the way policies, then there needs to be ample participation of youth. We need to have big engagement. Otherwise, the strength of youth will not be as big as it could be if we actually get people involved. So I think I'm going back to a point that was already made, but I think it's really crucial that before we think of how we're going to bring young people and teenagers and children into these spaces, we think about how we're going to actually change those spaces to accommodate for more young people, to speak to them in a way that makes sense to them. I'm just, having a thought that it's almost contradictory because we want to listen to youth, we want to listen to teenagers, but as long as they behave like adults, as long as they dress up like adults and they sit on the table like adults and they act in a certain way, and that already alienates like 99% of youth, because this is not how they speak, this is not how they act, this is not how they feel they can be a part of anything in this life. So I think, again, the first step, if we're going to have actual change regarding the importance of youth in these discussions, is to actually not empower youth to be on these spaces, but how are we going to empower adults to make sure that they are able to communicate with youth and they are able to actually rethink the format of this very event, for example, to actually be more inviting and more accessible for every young people, and not just those who are already, already have a certain degree of knowledge about how policy making works and how, what are the issues related to privacy, to technology, etc., etc. So just to make that point.
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, a couple of my points were already made, but to reiterate, it's going to be going back to the open-mindedness. That is very important when we're talking about policy making. And when I say open-mindedness, I don't necessarily mean us, young people. We also have to be open-minded enough to actually wait, because like our colleague here mentioned, it takes so long. For us, we had to get one document approved, and it took us 3 years. In those 3 years, the first 2 years was the development of it, and that 1 year was just it sitting on a shelf somewhere, just hanging out. So having that patience from our perspective is also something that I had to learn the hard way. And then, of course, from our policymakers aspect, it would have been very important to have that one champion, that one person. We always have a youth champion that will be the speaker when it comes to health aspect, a youth champion that'll be the great one that'll talk about youth employment. We don't have the adult champion, the one that'll talk about the youth issues in those spaces, that already has the voice, that already has the opportunity to get our ideas passed through. We need that one champion that could open the doors for us. So that was a very important learning that I wish we could have all had. The next point that I wanted to share was our gentlemen up front were talking about having the processes. If you want to be a part of this discussion, design your own processes and be a part of it. That document I mentioned that took us 3 years to get launched was a youth engagement guideline for our Ministry of Health. It took us 3 years, but we had one champion that said, try it. I want to see you develop something when it comes to how young people can engage in the Ministry of Health's decision-making process. But we did get it. And you have it. It's open, it's online, anybody can reach it. If you want to take it up, if you want to, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, try it. It's called the Youth Engagement Guideline. It's on the Federal Ministry of Health's website. If you want to have a look, if you want to take it up, if you want to make it something that's replicable in your own context, of course, please have a look at it. I wish even our Ministry of Information and Technology could actually have a look at it and take it up, because, this is the IGF, and it would be an amazing opportunity to learn from another ministry within the country. We have the resources, it's a matter of getting that confirmation of somebody actually spending those 3 years that's needed to actually do it. So it's a two-way street with open-mindedness. The champions also, we need the adult champions, and we have resources that we don't necessarily have to replicate. Thank you.
What you said is quite important, both of you, and I just want to take this moment to celebrate all the champions here who took the time to come with us and actually give us so much insight. So a clap for them, please. Yeah, to former youth. And and that's important what you said. It's important where young people can actually speak in a way that's actually respected in their own narrative. You know, the liberty of being yourself. That's important. Because when you're yourself, you can actually solve that problem because it has a meaning to you. And that's how we should start. So thank you very much for making that. And Catherine, if you'd like to proceed and with some end reflections on the matter, what do you think?
Okay. So for me, I think I love the idea that we need to speak the language that youth speak. I think in the global summit we said youth are we have to know the interests of youth. They're more into TikTok and all the. Why are we not speaking that language? I think for me it was still from my experience. It was very hard at the beginning because people would want you to look a certain way, be a certain way, and we knew nothing about protocols. We are passionate about education, and people would want you to know about protocols. How do you approach people from this and that, but it was hard, but also it was a rewarding process. So the idea of it's a two-way street. If you're open-minded, I love that, and I think that's what I'll take home, emphasizing that it has to be a two-way street. It cannot be only from youth to the government. It has to also be from the government to the youth. How do they create that safe environment for us to be able to share our ideas? Because we have plenty of ideas. We have ways that we can improve our communities, but how do we do that if we're not given that safe space to exercise those ideas? But still, I'm still on that, the access fund for youth. I think Lily and Gabriel, we really need to sit and see how we can have a platform. I'm really advocating for this, a platform where youth ideas can be seen. I think the biggest challenge has been to be seen because we have youth who are diverse in ways of ideation and different projects that are out there. But how do we have all of that in one place for us to know there's a youth in Ghana who does this, there's a youth in Tanzania who does this, and how do we at least see how we can fund some aspects of these ideas and come up with actionable items in the next IGF, and not only talks or big talks on policy, but also have something tangible to show that we did this and it has proven to be effective. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I'd just like to tell a story about an education policy by Mwalimu Nyerere. Back in the days after independence in Tanzania, it came of how we tried to create a community of literate individuals. And more young people were being educated and everything. And in the end, the policy stood for one thing, because there were so many older folk who did not know how to write or to read or to do anything. But it was within the agencies or the roles of the young people to actually go and teach the older people basic knowledge, basic literary skills. And this created the intergenerational alliances that showed that a structure can be made within these two factions, creating change. And that's the same thing we see here. Intergenerational alliance that actually has meaning, and we see how we exchange that impact is important. And this is built by, as I said, having a core representation where people are free with in-depth knowledge, with equal access, and importantly, where each and everyone's voice matters in the way that they make it. So that's my end reflection.
Thank you. I essentially all has been said. Just to say that we're taking some notes and we're going to put together a sort of one-pager that outlines what we gathered from the session. It's an ideathon, and we wanted to have the ideas from the room and then to see how we can move on with it. So thank you for your participation. We're going to move on to have this written out so that we can all see what next. We try to answer that question. I feel like a good place to answer it is after we've seen what we've discussed, and then to say this is where we are starting off and where we can go. We've had good ideas around pulling resources together, or putting ideas in one bank, sort of, so we can reflect on how we can move on from our engagement as young people. So please expect to read back from us, and on the one-pager, that is, if you sign up for this session online, we should be able to contact you. So thank you so much for engaging today. We know it's supposed to end at 5, but we've had a great conversation, and we're going to give you back some time so we can have, yes, we can have the conversation also continue in other sessions. So thank you so much, and see you in other sessions tomorrow, today, and we can connect afterwards. Thank you so much.
test, test. No? Test, test. ቼክ ቼክ ዋን ገብቷል። ቴስት አሁን ትንሽ መሆኑን አለመሆኑን በምን ቼክ እናድርገው? ያ በጣም ነው የሚያደርገው። ዘግቼው ራሱ ወደ እናንተም እንዳይመለስ ምናምን ሉፕ ያደርጋል። ቢያንስ እንደሱ እስኪ እንሞክረው እንጂ እዛ በጣም አዛ እያደረገኝ ነበር። አንዱ ወይት ሉፕ እያደረገ ኢኮን እንትኑ አጥፎ ትለኛለች ታውቃለች። አረባ አረት የኔ አባት ችግር የለም። ድምጼ ከተመቻቸው እንደውም በዛው ዩቲዩበር ሆናል። ቼክ ማይክ 1 2 1 1 2 ማይክ ቼክ 1 2
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Brother Patrick,
Yes, sir.
day going?
It's good. Eh?
Nice, nice. I think it's working very smoothly. Is it working smoothly? Patrick? Did you guys lose me?
Yeah, we got you.
It's in banquet hall B.
Oh, banquet hall B. Where is that?
ቼክ ቼክ
ዘሩነት
አቤት ይሰማል
ምን አልከኝ?
ይሰማል
በጣም ዝቅ ያለ ነው
የኔ
አይ ቲንክ እንትኑ ማይኩ ችግር አለበት
የትኛው
ያስከው ማይክ
ኧረ በጣም እዚህ ከፍ ያለ ነው
እስቲ በፓትሪክ አውራ
ያላዋ
ፓትሪክ ጋር ባለው ማይክ
አብሰላ ቼክ ቼክ አሁንስ
አረ በጣም ዝቅ ያለ ነው
ቼክ 1 2 ቴስት ቼክ
ፓትሪክ ጋር ባለውን እያወራ ያለው
አይ እኔ ነኝ በእሱ ነው እያወራሁት ያለሁት አሁን እስቲ አንዴ እዚህ ጋር በደንብ ነው እኮ የሚያሳየው
አዎ በጣም አሪፍ ነው እኔ እዚህ ጋር ራሴ ጋር ተዘግቶ ነው
ቀንሰው ነው
አዎ እባክህ ራሴ ጋር ነው እዚህ ተዘጋው
ኦ ያንተ ድምጽ ግን እዚህ ከፍ ማለት አለበት ትንሽ ያንሰዋል
በደንብ ጮክ ብዬ ልናገር
ናስቲ አንተ እዚህና እኔ
ሰላም
የስ
ይሰማል የኔ ድምጽ
በደንብ ይሰማል አንዴ ቆይ
ዘሩ እንዴት ነህ ይሰማል አይደል ቼክ ሰላም ማይክሮፎን ቼክ ማይክሮፎን ቼክ ቼኮስሎቫኪያ ቼክ someone
ቼክ ቼክ
እሺ ሰላም
ያ ዘሩ በደንብ ይሰማል አይደል
በደንብ ይሰማኛል ያንተ
ቆንጆ ነው ከዚህ ያለው ያንተን እዚህ ዙም አውት ላይ እስቲ ትንሽ እጨምረዋለሁኝ
እስቲ ጨምረውና ልስማ
ያ
እንዴት ነው
አሁን በደንብ ትሰማለክ
እሺ ሙከራ 1 2 3 ሰላም ይሰማሃል
ናይስ
ቼክ 1 2 3 4
ናይስ that's nice አሪፍ ነው በጣም ዘሩ
እሺ ሰላም አመሰግናለሁ
ዘሩ
መልካም ምሽት ቻው No. ከዚህ እንዳላጣ
Test. እሺ check 1 2 test check 1 2 check 1 2 test 1 2 3 mic test check አዎ ኮሱን ገብቶኛል check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 test ና አብሰላ
Recording in progress.
test, 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 test.
Roland, we're doing a quick sound check. Can you hear us? Hi, Roland, can you hear us? Hi, Roland, checking to hear whether, well, you can hear us. Is he on the call? Roland? I don't see him on the bottom. He's not on the call. Just message. Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you for joining us, everyone. We just need a minute to make sure our colleague can join. He's joining remotely, so we're just making sure that he's able to be on. Why have you tried calling him? It's not connecting. Hey, will you just put this weekend and then I can check the size? Can you answer? No, it's not. I'm just going to check it. Hey, can we have the clicker as well, please? Hi everyone, so as we wait, maybe since we have a captive audience, it would be great to know who's in the room, and if you'd be open to introducing yourselves or why you're interested in the session. We'd be happy to hear a little bit about your backgrounds as we get started. We would love to hear from who's in the room, and if you'd like to volunteer an introduction, that would be great. No pressure. Fantastic.
Our main office in Africa is in Ghana, and we're very interested in data stewardship. We have a data governance team within CBI, and we have a very important focus on to harmonize data protection framework across the country. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, thanks so much. Anyone else would like to introduce?
Hi,
Fantastic. Yeah, we've had a conversation with Nima from Policy as well on data stewardship. It's good to see you in the room. Thank you for coming. Anyone else would like to introduce? Hi.
Hi, my name is Nia Nala. I'm the Senior Research Analyst at the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. I'm very interested in stewardship and data governance generally developing one of projects to develop ICT indicators specific to the Caribbean region.
Fantastic. Thank you for being here. Hi.
Hello, I'm Dorothy Mukasa. I work with DN1 Technologies Uganda. And I'm interested in data governance. We convene the Privacy Symposium Africa, where we convene different data regulators and different non-stakeholder groups to discuss data protection and data privacy.
Fantastic. Really important work. Hi.
My name is Rafi Tsut from the So we are now working on the national data governance. That's why I joined this session.
Thank you for joining. Keen to hear your insights as well. Wonderful. We're just doing short introductions as we pull up our presentation. We're having some technical issues, but we would love to know who else is in the room. Hi. Fantastic. Thanks so much. All right. Any last introductions? If you'd like to introduce yourself, no pressure. Hi.
Open Data African Francophone Conference. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Hi, my name is Tijani Benjama. I am the chair of the MAG of the North African IGF.
Wonderful to have you.
Contrast with the freelance.
All right, we're going to get started in just a minute. Our apologies. We had a colleague joining remotely, but it seems like he's unable to be on video today with us. Sorry about that. Just to repeat, I'm sorry, we had a colleague who was meant to be joining us on Zoom, but is unable to make it or is having technical difficulties. So that's the reason for the delay. But we are really thrilled to have you in the room with us. Thank you for taking the time. I know it's been a long day, so we appreciate you stopping by for this evening session. And we're going to get started in just about a minute or so as soon as we have the slides up. I also wanted to mention that we are keen to sort of keep this dialogue open and would love to hear your perspectives and expertise. I think you come from various backgrounds, and so we'd love to see how we can, collaborate with you in the future, or see how we can, enmesh these insights from today also in the work that you carry out in your respective jurisdictions. So thank you for being here, and we hopefully will have an interesting discussion. Also wanted to flag that we want to keep this as interactive as possible, so we will be presenting case studies as well as insights. But at any point, if you would like any clarification, we would love to hear from you and want to keep this as open-ended as possible. So is it okay if I ask you to change to the next slide? Okay, perfect. Thanks. All right. Thank you again for being here, everyone. We're going to get started. So I'm really grateful to be joined by my two colleagues today, Amrita Ananda from APTI Institute, which is where I work, as well as Kito Shilongo from Research ICT Africa. Unfortunately, we don't have Roland Banya on call, but he has also participated in putting together this material. So I'll start out with a quick overview of what we'll be discussing today. So if you can go to the next slide. So very broadly, we'll do a quick introduction to our organizations, talk about the challenges we're seeing in the way that data is collected and governed in the data economy today, touch on a few case studies where we're seeing innovation in the way data is being collected, governed, what the implications are for the policy environment, as well as where participation fits in. And then we do have a section for resources that if we do have time, we'll get into. Otherwise, we'll share this deck with you, and we'll hopefully be able to take forward the conversation on that front. And hopefully we'll have some time for questions and discussion towards the end. Wonderful. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague to introduce APTI.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amrita. Hopefully a few of you know of APTI Institute. I see a few familiar faces in the room. But we're essentially a public research organization. We're based in Bangalore in India. And we work on everything at the intersection of technology and society, with a focus on how people actually negotiate access, inclusion, and sort of look at this through two lenses, both the online and the offline. So the team that Soha and I work primarily on, the Data Economy Lab, looks more at looks more at policy making, technology development, the ways in which communities are actually negotiating with digital interventions, or how they're negotiating with an increasingly datafied world. The second vertical, the Digital Public Lab, looks at offline questions of access. So what does last mile access look like for communities, and what is the offline infrastructure needed for everyone to sort of be included in an increasingly datafied world. I'll hand over to Kito then to introduce Research ICT Africa's work a little bit.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for joining us. I know it's the last session and everyone's kind of having a brain fog, but we really appreciate it. I'm Kito Shilongo from Research ICT Africa, and we are a think tank in Africa, and we conduct multidisciplinary research on the digital governance, policy, and regulation. And we do this with the intention of facilitating evidence-based and informed policy. Our research is also public interest, mainly on the digital economy and also society and how society responds to it. We aim to contribute to digital inequality and data justice, which is a very important part of this presentation and this session today. And for this session today, we are presenting our work under the Africa Just AI project. And we have two main themes which we are looking at, and those are beneficial AI and sustainable development, and as well as coming up with collective and participative governance frameworks with the intention of contributing to data justice. We will explain what data justice is throughout this presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kito. All right, so I think we've all collectively, come to IGF with the understanding that there are a few things that we need to solve in the room. And I think a few of these challenges we highlight today as being the lack of transparency and accountability. So a lot of data is collected, but we don't have an idea of what that looks like as individuals, let alone as communities. So it's extremely hard for us to be able to know what data is collected and what value may come from this data. The second challenge is that we don't really participate in questions around data collection as at that individual or community level. So it leaves us with little option of how to collaborate or how to connect with other people, build solidarities around data, learn how we can generate collective or shared value, because often the value of data is actually relational. It isn't just sort of siloed, and the internet or the sort of digital processes at the moment tend to silo us as individuals in this ecosystem. The last issue is that often a lot of this data is controlled and held by certain entities. It's often larger corporations, it could be even state entities, where they're sort of unsure of how to release this information or don't have the incentive to release this information. And in the case that they do, it becomes extremely hard for others to use it. So you run into other challenges with respect to how to generate value from this data at an open level. So we see a few opportunities that arise from these challenges. One, that there are opportunities for individuals to play a bigger part in the way that data is collected as well as governed, and we see this happening through stewardship, which we'll talk about very soon. The other is thinking about how we can collaborate with multiple entities, whether it's state-led, whether it is the private sector, whether it is civil society, important to have in the room and to build data collaborations with. And the last is also how we can think about these levels of technology, both at an online as well as an offline level. So as we're transitioning to a digitized world, how do we also have processes that are offline that are running in parallel to ensure that things like access are not sort of assumed for those who don't have access to sort of digital infrastructures and technologies. So it is on this basis, if you can go to the next slide, it's on this basis that we believe that a new, just, and fair contract for data is required. And we see data stewardship, which is an umbrella term you'll hear us unpack very soon, as being at the heart of this. And we essentially believe that stewardship can help facilitate a lot of these larger themes around user agency and participation, around transparency, in terms of safeguarding digital rights when it comes to privacy, cybersecurity, etc., as well as unlocking instrumental value. So these are big promises, but we'll jump into how these are rooted in the framework of data justice, and my colleague Kito will take that.
Okay, so I think a lot of discussions about data is that we want to unlock the value of data. Specifically in Africa, for instance, there's a lot of people coming up with solutions or like frameworks and how people can use data to provide like social solutions, but also like economic solutions. And data justice is one of those paradigms which facilitate it. And of course, we want to take a step back and say that, hey, we may have data, but then this data is also, is rooted in discrimination, rooted in structural and systematic inequalities, as well as also keeping in mind that it furthers discrimination online and offline. And for this concept has, experts have developed three principles which deal with invisibility and visibility of data subjects or data communities. It also looks at how communities engage with technology. So when you build this technology which is based on these data, how do communities engage, but also considering how they disengage communities as well. It also looks at discrimination and how to facilitate and make sure that it is not it is anti-discriminatory. And of course, a leading expert in data justice envisions that data justice promotes fairness in the way people are made visible, represented, and treated as a result of their production of digital data. And this is necessary to determine ethical pathways through a datifying world. And so this is seen, or we see data stewardship as a means to data justice. I'll hand over to Amrita, who will talk about data stewardship.
So just to give a little bit of a primer on how we see stewardship as a framework, we'll play part of a sort of introductory video that we have. These are all resources you can also find on our website. Always ask us to send over. Can we go ahead and play the link? It should open up in YouTube.
Are there any questions that you have as
we
talk about this link? I know this is a sort of more esoteric concept at the moment, and we're hoping the case studies will drive home what we mean by data stewardship. And the video also aims to kind of visualize where data stewards will be positioned in the sort of ecosystem of data sharing. But while we do have a moment, are there any questions you might have? What we mean by any of these terms, or sort of how we're envisioning data stewardship? This is just a bit of a check-in point.
Maybe we can just talk through it.
We can talk through it if it doesn't work. Let us know. If it's not working, we can proceed. Yeah?
Try to. Okay, we'll give it a minute. Yeah, I didn't realize. Maybe some of our attendees online through the Zoom links have questions or something they want to put in the chat. I don't know how we see it. Yeah. All right, so we'll make sure to share the video later. But essentially, given a lot of the inequities that Suha and Kito have both already outlined, and the broader vision of increasing data justice and a more sort of fair and equitable data economy, we envision data stewards as trusted intermediaries in between. We can go to the next slide as well. In between users, fiduciaries, and data requesters. Data stewards can look in many different ways, and we'll talk a little bit about what kind of frameworks we've seen. But essentially, they can play a host of roles. The roles we see here are not exhaustive. They're also not always combined within the same steward. We could sort of picture them as both technical and structural. So from the technical lens, stewards can play the role of increasing data literacy, even building standards and frameworks for data use. Playing the role of an analytical layer, allowing communities to understand their data better. Excuse me. From the sort of structural lens, and this is a very important one that we'll be focusing on in this presentation especially, is the way that data stewards can facilitate participation. So increasing the agency and autonomy of individuals in negotiating with how their data is used, how it's processed, or even having greater visibility over it. Finally, they can also offer grievance and redressal mechanisms that typically we are now seeing exist within privacy laws and frameworks, but may not always be actionized on ground in the way that we would want them to. Can go to the next slide. The next slide. So as we've been doing this research over the past couple of years, this has been a lot of primary research by speaking to data stewards or practitioners of stewardship, but also secondary research. We've sort of landed on what the ecosystem perhaps needs to look like to support these efforts, to support, in general, more human-centric data governance. Then what we found is that while at the top layer are domestic international regulations and sort of policy measures that are typically that are state efforts, that needs to be married with the sort of bottom-up understanding that ecosystem enablers, which I think is a part that you can't see over the captions, but ecosystem enablers being the technologists, the builders, the people who are actually working with technology on a daily basis. And the sort of second layer of this is the philanthropies, the people who are able to fund research and fund initiatives like this where communities are unable to. So what you see here is sort of a constellation of the taxonomy that we have so far of the kinds of models we've seen. They all differ in their design choices, the ways in which they, and the degrees to which they encourage participation, and the kind of benefits that they're geared to. So the way we see it, there is no sort of one size fits all for either of these models. For different data types, for different sectors, and definitely for different jurisdictions, different models work in combination. So we've been sort of focusing on climate, environmental data as a sector, and so I will talk a bit more about that.
All right, so you've heard from Amrita that we've seen this sort of constellation, data cooperatives, exchanges. Many of these terms are familiar to all of us in the room, I imagine. But we've been focusing on how this aligns or applies to the collection of data, collection of environmental data or data that has to do with sustainable development. It's something that we've all had to collectivize around, and it's important for us to determine what the different model types are and what the approaches may be as we think of this for policy-making efforts and for kind of reconciling data from different players and from different sources. So we'll go on and we'll talk about a few different approaches, but before that I want to talk about participation a little bit more. So you've heard us say participation a few times, and we see that this can vary across thinking about how this can be designed. And so as you see on screen, there's a few different layers or levels to participation, right? So depending on who the audience is, who the beneficiary community may be, you may be engaging with them at various different points. So informing them of how data is being governed, to being able to empower them with actually taking decisions on who data is shared with and for what purpose. So this can range, and we also cover a few different case studies where you see that diversity in participation. But it's important to consider this slide of this sort of ladder of participation, because as you're designing, whether it's stewardship or data collection efforts, you will have different entities, whether they're beneficiaries or organizations, that can engage or participate at various points, right? And may have access constraints, they may have constraints with respect to their own data and their digital literacy, as well as their incentive to participate. So not all of us actually want to engage with questions around our data. Maybe we want someone to advocate on our behalf. So as we keep this in mind, we want to go through a few different case studies. Next slide, please. Awesome. So the first is a high level of participation. So we see this in the context of agriculture. This is a project that we're actually running along with two other organizations. So the 17 Rooms project funded by Brookings Institution, as well as with a cooperative, so an agricultural cooperative based in India, referred to as MECA, and this falls under the broader Self-Employed Women's Association, or SEWA. And what the sort of central point of question or the point of research has been, what's sort of the value of generating a data layer on top of an existing cooperative. So many of us are familiar with cooperative structures, how they exist in sort of offline settings. We were asking, is there value in actually, placing a data layer on top and helping pool data that the cooperative generates, and then being able to deliver these insights back to the women who are part of this cooperative. And so we had a few different questions that we asked. One was around the actual governance of the data. So how would women want to be involved in this? Are there existing structures around decision making that exist within the cooperative that can be taken advantage of? What do those look like? The second question is the incentive to participate. Is there value that women see in being able to pool this data together? Do they see any benefits immediately, or how can they be shown this value if it exists? And the third is the data itself. So what data can be collected from women, the activities that they generate, or from the cooperative itself and the running of the cooperative? And with respect to that, what is the technology that needs to sort of power these decisions or power the governance of this data itself? And lastly, the question of capacity, right? We've mentioned data and digital literacy a lot, but when you're thinking about this specific group of people, what is the engagement that, for example, women farmers need from a sort of capacity building standpoint to better understand how data may be able to be beneficial for them, and how do they relate to data in their own terms? And so we've seen that there are a few learnings around this. So when we interviewed women and our colleagues went out onto the field, there's a few ways in which data or pooled data can actually be delivered back to these women. The first is that it actually enhances their creditworthiness because there is a foundation or layer of data that becomes available to share with financial institutions. The second is that once they have this information or insights from the cooperative itself, they may be able to scale the actual activity of the cooperative and generate greater profits. The third is that there's sort of just greater autonomy. They have visibility into sort of the ongoings of the cooperative itself, and they're able to take better decisions on that basis. As well. So that is the cooperative structure, which is a high level of participation. As Amrita described, these exist offline. So this is really looking at how this can be translated into an online setting. And there's some great opportunities we're seeing in this space. The second model, if you can go to the next slide, is a data collaborative, and it speaks to the broader point of needing multiple stakeholders to come together. So data collaboratives are often organized on the basis of a shared mission or a purpose. So in this sense, this data collaborative brought together stakeholders from the public sector as well as from the private sector. We see research institutions being involved in this, as well as a multilateral organization, so that's the UNDP. And what they ended up creating as a result of this collaboration was a digital public good. So as you see on screen, there's a few screenshots of what that looks like, and it's actually called the Data for Climate Resilient Agriculture platform. And we're happy to share sort of resources on this as well. But it's interesting because it compiles existing open data, so geospatial data, and they also worked with the governments to be able to pool data sets that they possess and actually visualize them and make them accessible. So there's various ways and toggles that you can actually customize to see different views at a regional level, but also at a global level. What's interesting about this kind of platform is that you can see insights that are at a micro level, so you can really toggle with the filters and look at different indicators or indices, but you can also look at broader historical trends and patterns, which is really important for sort of foresight or anticipatory policy making as we go forward. The other important element of creating these digital public goods is that they can be customizable. So in this instance, you're seeing this represented in the state of Telangana in India. But if you were to partner or create a data collaborative with a government, for instance, in Cambodia or in Tunisia, then you're able to pool data that exists from an open source as well as from a public source and get some really interesting insights that come out of this. And going forward, there's a few other models that my colleagues will also speak to.
Go to the next slide. Thanks, Sua. So this next case study is, I think, really testament to how different types of stewardship models or different types of intermediaries can come together to create that sort of larger purpose. We have two examples here. One is of SafetyPin, which is a platform, a technology platform that was launched in India, but now in a city called Pune, but now functions in a number of cities across the world. In Kenya and Colombia. But essentially what the app enables users to do is to audit public spaces themselves, targeted specifically at women and girls, to be able to develop safety scores for these public spaces. What's especially interesting, and I think we missed that screenshot, is that the kind of parameters used on the app actually speak to a lot of things that we as women contend with when deciding whether a public space is safe for us or not, but aren't often quantifiable or aren't something that we're able to aggregate and think about, like lighting, openness, visibility, how many women do we see in the area, so the gender division. There's also a sort of second part to this app, which is called SafetyPin Night, which actually collects visual data every 30 meters using an IoT camera that is attached to a vehicle. For this, there's also been partnerships with the private and public sector within SafetyPin. So why this is interesting is because when combined with the Indian Urban Data Exchange, which is an open source aggregator for urban data and specifically for mobility data, data from a source like SafetyPin is really well contextualized by other mobility data. It's also, the IUDX serves to sort of build standards and ensure that data inputted from many sources, not just something like a SafetyPin, is standardized, is readable, and then in turn usable by third-party innovators. So whether those are startups looking to build citizen services, but also for urban governance decisions. So this data is then exchangeable between government departments, different state departments, and so for the users themselves, there's more diverse and sort of evidenced knowledge on how to navigate public spaces. This is particularly true for women, and it sort of creates this aggregated, standardized set of insights for policymakers to make better decisions as well. So this is one of the ways that we've seen two sort of different models come together, and a number of these examples exist throughout the data exchange as well. Kido will talk a little bit now that one, on data cooperatives.
Okay, so I'm just going to speak to some examples from the African continent and specifically in Southern Africa. One of them is the Abalobi social enterprise digital platform, which was founded in 2015, and it connects fishers and buyers, people who fishermen and as well as people who buy fish, and it presents a suite of applications which helps fishers to track, manage, and sell their catches. And beyond that, it is also used as a advocacy tool to also to advocate for different policy interventions. So this platform is backed by a participatory action framework, and it aims to protect the rights of small-scale fishers in South Africa. If anyone is from Southern Africa here, the fishing industry works in the way that they are, they're fishing quotas, for instance, and most of the time, big enterprises are the ones who, have more rights and at the determinant of the small-scale fishers. And so this platform or these applications, we see that the stewardship model has three users: with the data contributors, which are the fishers, and everyone else who works with them. Abalobi is the data collector, and then there are data users, which span from universities, research facilities, as well as government, and specifically the Department of Agriculture and Forestry and Fishery. What we've seen with this project is that the kind of impact very much aligns with data justice tenets and principles, and one of them is that based on the data that is collected, the community, the fishermen, are able to have collective negotiation and bargaining. So they can use certain insights from the data that they collect to talk to different departments in the government. They can also advocate for their rights. So if they're fishing in a certain place and some sort of corporation, we've seen a mining company come and want to extract or place an oil rig within the region that they fish, and they have the data to say that, hey, we have this place is beneficial to us, and we have the data that it's providing economic opportunities and benefits to us. It also we've also seen that other stakeholders can come and request for data, which also fuels into innovation. So third-party requester can ask for the insights, and based on the consent from the community, it is given to them to feed into any sort of innovation that they might have. And secondly, it also makes visible labor that is traditionally invisible. So we have seen that women, for instance, would assist. A lot of fishing activity happens, and you see, the fishermen in the sea, but then the women who are packing that fish, their work is very much invisible, and so they have a points-based system where, when someone, for instance, packs a box of fish or sells it to a local shop, those activities are recorded and tallied up, and they have some sort of a point system and remunerated for it, and they get data. The data is collected and they are remunerated because of the fact that they also get insights from it to see how to trace how the supply chain works. They also empower communities with data. So these insights can help the fishermen see what are sustainable ways to catch fish, for instance, or sustainable places to catch fish, and also improve on the supply chain in as a whole. And it's also safeguarding digital rights. It's beyond the traditional way of just ticking a box and saying that we consent to it. They provide visual consent mechanisms, so they provide ways of infographics and saying that this is how it works. They also have a very strong participatory data decision-making framework. They have a board, a not-for-profit board, that governs the way that the data on this platform is shared. Yeah. If anyone has questions at this point.
We've gone through a lot of case studies in different sectors and different models. So just wondering if anyone has questions on any of what we've sort of talked through so far.
Yeah, I also want to preface that we talked about very different use cases, and I think the sources of data will also differ here, as well as the stakeholders involved. So we see that with data collaboratives, for instance, you have various stakeholders that can come together to create a technical infrastructure. We saw the digital public good that was created for data and climate resilient agriculture. But you see the more small scale applications can really kind of extend down to helping farmers realize the value of their data, or fisher folk realize the value of their data. So I think the use cases for data stewardship can really also vary depending on the size or the extent of the problem you're looking to solve for, or the kind of data that needs to be collected. So I kind of wanted to preface that because I realize there are various interpretations of what data stewardship could mean. And also, as Amrita pointed out, we do have a legacy of understanding data stewardship very differently within organizations. So the framework we're presenting today really deals with things like the governance of data, as well as the more technical facets of how it can be safeguarded. So thinking through things like encryption, thinking through things like other processes like data minimization that we see from a policy standpoint. So it really encompasses a broader sort of realm of discussion around data governance, not just the technical safeguards, but also how we think about data at a human level in some ways, which is why the case studies we've chosen kind of highlight these more individual or community-oriented possibilities in some ways. So I wanted to pause here, and as Kito also described, this would be really interesting to also get your opinion on where you see this land in your respective jurisdictions, in your work. Data for policy is a huge buzzword today, so would be keen to see how this is being applied. So any questions? I'm happy to hand over the mic. I know we have another one around as well, but we'll use this to pause here. Or anyone online that would like to jump in as well. Hi.
Or
sorry, I can't hear you. Could you maybe use the mic?
Yes, rapid again. I see your presentation, but my question is, do you apply or any pilot project into the election or maybe a political campaign about the data stewardship?
So we haven't personally looked at any data-led innovation around campaign information. I know that there's quite a bit that's been done around identity and access management, and I think that would feed into the sort of campaign process, but would be like one of the building blocks. So I think we're seeing in the broader conversation around digital infrastructure and digital public goods, how public sector as well as maybe private sector can create these products that link identity, create access, and also create these platforms for citizens to be able to interact with the state. So we're seeing stewards sort of fit into that broader, puzzle piece, but not with respect to elections specifically. Happy to take it offline as well and see if there's, new examples that we can pull from that might be able to address some of these concerns. Any other questions or any? Hi.
Thank you. No, talking about what you just mentioned about the different uses of the word advocacy. Sorry, it's because I was going to talk about advocacy. Stewardship. I think that in the work that we've done, we've tried to talk about data stewardship, but to drive the conversation away from data governance, but at a country level. Not as much as an advocacy role of individuals going to like increase digital skills and the use of data in an individual, which I think is what the case studies represent. But then I'm wondering if we're using the word wrong. Because what we're trying to do is to help governments move away from a concept of data governance, because I feel that that's very related to data sovereignty, and that comes along with all of this expansion of data localization measures that are impeding the sharing of data across borders. So we're trying to change the language from data governance to data stewardship to help governments understand that the important thing is to use data to extract value for social and economic value of data, but also share it with others. Right. But are we using the data stewardship word wrong then?
Yeah, I'm happy to start, and then if my colleagues would like to add on. That's a fascinating question, and I think a lot of the cases that we've chosen today, as you mentioned, really focus on the individual or community value question, and we haven't looked at the sort of possible uses cross-border in some sense. But I think the way that we think about stewardship is kind of overarching, and we also are aiming to kind of push the envelope on data governance a little bit, because it ends up being very organizational specific or very state specific. And so yes, policies are important to consider as far as data privacy and data governance, but I think there are use cases for stewardship at an ecosystem level, which is what we're trying to push for. And the reason we chose sustainable development and environmental action is that I think it is cross-border in some sense. So the question around data for climate resilient agriculture is one that will have to be addressed by neighboring countries, by our global sort of collective in some sense as well. So I don't think we're defining it very differently. I do think it is maybe a result of some of the cases that we've proposed. I think there's also enormous value in looking at sort of global issues that we have to be able to contend with together, whether it's on issues like water management, whether it's issues like air pollution, all of these indicators. It's far more valuable to have this data shared amongst actors and amongst countries as well. So I don't think we're advocating for data localization in that respect either, but I do think we're envisioning it at a very similar level, but I will also leave my colleagues to jump in here.
I think, no, I agree with you on the question of the definition, but I think through some of the research that we've done on what data localization can look like and whether that's really at odds with community value, for us one of the important questions was, what does stewardship look like for non-personal data versus personal data? What are the kinds of taxonomizations that different countries are going through or arriving at to be able to make cross-border data flows a reality? So I think that's where like the tension with data sovereignty comes in. But I think it might be also helpful. For example, we wouldn't see a cooperative sort of, or at least at this stage, engaging in cross-border data flows, but at the level of, say, thinking about open data mechanisms or what nationwide data exchanges can look like. That's where the sort of mindset or orientation of stewardship is something that is oriented towards public interest, public value, and finding ways to define that public value across different data types. That's maybe one way of transposing how we think about data stewardship to this sort of more international thinking.
Yeah, I just want to add that I think in Africa we also have the same kind of thinking, and the response of like trying to break down, data governance to like data steward and these different like tenets is because of that. When we were speaking about data governance, we've always I think people initially were talking about it from a national and also like very much pushing for data localization and data sovereignty, and like there's no value in like data that is like stored in your country. Like the value comes in how it's used. And then also now when we introduce the concept, and that's why we want to really like push this framework of justice to say that yes, data, you can have data, but like as well, like when you use it, it can further injustices for other people. And so like we're trying to like, I don't see harm in using data stewardship in that matter, and I think it points to the fact that policy frameworks on a national level and at a continental level should respond to what's on the ground. So, data governance policy frameworks should help facilitate this collective or participatory ways of handling and processing data.
I think you had a question.
Okay, thank you very much. The session is very interesting, and I've learned a lot. Thanks so much once again. Now we are talking about data, but I think I'm a little bit confused, because to talk about the data, how many of our countries or population are value or knows about the data? What does data mean? You see, even if you come to Africa or in our country, if you tell them or if you talk about data, they don't care, because they have no value. What data leakage means, what data means. First, I think education should be there. I think after that also the government should do care for its citizen, for its country, about the data. So this is the main problem. Then after that, I think we can talk about stewards or other things. Otherwise, without educating our population, our government, for instance, let us take different NGOs, they have different human resources software. They use a cloud system. Most of them are in states, so they get employees' data, but the government doesn't take care. That doesn't care. So how are we talking about data stewardship without teaching or creating awareness to our governments or our population? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, I can start us off, but no, I mean, I think we definitely agree that the sort of first premise, the foundational layer, is data literacy, that kind of advocacy, and sort of even just diagnosing what can incentivize communities to think about data in this way, to think about their data rights in a more holistic manner, and whether also if communities in certain jurisdictions have the bandwidth to take on, say, a consent burden, or even the burden of sort of participating in a cooperative and doing that sort of decision making. So, I mean, I will preface this by saying that this is always an open question for us as well, and it's something that in the way that we envision stewards, and some of the examples we've seen as well, like with Megha, an existing data cooperative, so a situation where there are communities who already have a governance framework where decision making is allocated in a certain way, but how can we add a data layer to that and do exactly what you were talking about, sort of build that capacity, build literacy. I think also with the Abelobi example, on the way, for example, the way in which consent notices are given out, so rather than your traditional, not very effective, not all effective reams of text that you check box yes or no, to think about, to communicate consent through visual mechanisms. So think about how we, sort of rethinking data literacy itself. Does it have to be a sort of a mammoth of capacity building, or can it be communicating with communities in a way that just requires less of that sort of upskilling and capacity building? Yeah.
I think that's, like Amrita said, it's a very important question. And I think for us, many times when we talk about data, we think about, that data is collected from all of us, and therefore we think that we should be, it's kind of like on us that everyone should know. We use computers, we don't know how, the motherboard or the CPU works. Sometimes I don't, and maybe the concept of data stewardship questions should communities know everything? Should people who are, subject to injustice know how these models work? Should they know the nitty-gritties of every, governance model? Do they have to know? Is that a burden that should be placed on them? And one of the, I think, these examples, for instance, they identify, I mean, we always talk about, especially in these circles, we talk about stakeholder and stakeholder responsibilities. So this is a new concept, we're all trying to learn. And so we're also identifying the different kinds of stakeholders and their responsibilities. And APTI has come up with a very interesting, playbook that identifies all these different stakeholders and their roles and their responsibilities. I don't think it should be, yes, data literacy is important, but towards who? Who's the end user? Who are those programs aimed at? and on the value, and I like that you said, the value of it. And I think you don't sometimes, for instance, there was another case study on Blue Forest project in Mozambique. The value is not in how it's happening, how the data is used. The value is perhaps also when someone comes into a community and provides this technology, and technology is beneficial. It's in gaining that trust from those communities and saying that, oh, okay, you have this data that comes from satellites or whatever. We have this knowledge that we've been living with these forests or these trees for centuries, and we're collaborating. So this technology is designed with our needs, in mind. And so it's not per se that, they even have to understand data. It's just understanding how that came about. And I think stewardship contextualizes that and puts responsibilities on everyone and identifies who is involved and what is the outcome. I think that's the most important, at least in the work that I've seen. Just allowing trust within communities and trust between different different stakeholders.
I think that was really well put. I do have additional point to add, but I want to open up the room to see if there's any reflections or reactions to that. I know we've been explaining a lot, so if there's any other questions or thoughts on this, we'd love to open it up. Yes. Should we get a mic to you?
Thank you very much, Rodney Taylor, Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And I joined this session late, so forgive me if you maybe answered this question before. But when I arrived, you were talking about data localization, and I want to link that with data sovereignty as well, in particular, because we advise governments on policy, right? ICT policy in the Caribbean. And for us in the Caribbean, as small island developing states, much of this infrastructure, certainly cloud services, are based in developed countries, AWSs and Azure, United States, Europe. And for us, we are pushing, of course, digitalization, things like civil registry information, my birth certificates, medical records, criminal records. And so from us, from our perspective, there's an issue with having that kind of data outside of my jurisdiction, not just from a national security point of view, but certainly most of our islands are connected to these clouds via subsea fiber cables, and if there's a disruption to that, then does it mean that my government service is shut down? I'm no longer able to access my civil registry. So we understand the value of having data externally from a resiliency point of view and so on, but what have your studies shown, or what is this a real concern for us, small island developing states, or is this, and how do we address that? Let me put it that way. Thank you.
So I think I'd be best sort of situated to answer that question at a principle level and not so much at a diagnostic, like what should you do. I think that whether it's a real concern or a well-founded concern or not is irrelevant, because it is something that all countries are thinking about, so we have to sort of contend with it. I think the larger question, or sort of this is what our approach, at least in studying non-personal data, has been, is to look at regulations, including on data localization, on standardizations, and how you're even thinking to the future of a country's data governance, is to think about the ecosystem as a whole and see sort of per jurisdiction, what does it take to create data regulation that can be layered, that can evolve over time, that can not necessarily pivot from one end of the spectrum to the other on matters like data sovereignty, but be able to sort of dynamically evolve with what we learn going forward. So that's also work that I can share with you, because we've done a sort of a scan of, and this was last year, but of countries and how they're going about their, at a principle level, what does data sharing look like to different countries. And based on our analysis of where most of the benefits lie, we saw neither, and even at the level of the country itself, neither a mandatory nor a voluntary data sharing mechanism, but one that enables the ecosystem as a whole. So incentivizing and sort of injecting these enablers through regulation into the digital ecosystem. So that also, I think the key is that it allows for room to develop and room to make changes, for regulation to be fluid, which is not something that we've required in the past, but with a field like data and something that changes so dynamically, we're seeing that should be sort of the orientation for most policymakers.
I was wondering if I could add something towards, because that data localization is something that we have worked a lot on. I'm Natalia from TBI, Tony Blair Institute, and as part of our data governance, we have been analyzing the benefits and hindrances that data localization measures can cause. And what we have perhaps seen is that it's important for countries to try and do data classification. So there are certain data that is too sensitive to share or to even stored abroad, especially with the US Cloud Act or the power. Well, you have either US technologies in cloud bases or China, which also has its problems of government use of data. So with that data classification, then we have been able to try and show countries how they can classify their data, and depending on that data classification, then take decisions on where to store it, either public clouds or physical data centers that are not linked to the cloud. But also something that we have found very interesting is, for instance, most countries consider health data very, very sensitive, so they restrict the processing and storing of data to their own borders. However, we have found that this hampers health research enormously, and health data that is anonymized doesn't work. It's useless for research. So there needs to be room for exceptions, as it was, for instance, when it happened with COVID-19, that there was an exception to these extreme protections over health data to benefit research and to benefit public safety and public health. And if I may, just one final thing, what we have also found is the importance of governments on trying to understand how they can collaborate within certain priority areas that they have within their own region or with other countries, so that they can work on sharing and or storing data in certain countries. And just one final thing, what we really try and advocate against is for blanket regulations. So some countries have chosen to put in their data protection laws that no data, regardless of what sector it becomes, can be stored or processed abroad. That's what we think is very harmful. You need to classify and determine those things depending on what type of data. That is, but very happy to share our research findings. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for that intervention. That was super useful, and I think we're seeing that play out in the Indian policy landscape as well. But I think we struggle to sort of identify what those segments for classification are, and we ran into that with our non-personal data governance framework, where it's sometimes hard to distinguish between, especially also what non-personal data is, even after it's been de-identified. There's still harms and risks that make it sensitive to be shared externally. So I think as we think about classification, it also varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So it's fascinating. We'd love to hear about your study and see if we can make it a part of the resources that we share with the participants today. That'd be fantastic. Yes,
okay.
Please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is related to, besides the paradox of data sovereignty, there is the issue of even locally the data privacy issue versus the security or the national security platform that interferes to personal data issues. So data can be taken if the giant guys can if they do want to take, they can take it. There is no the issue of privacy. So where is the clear demarcation, even in not only in Africa or in developing countries, even in the US, any security institutions can take private data behind the door. So where is the clear how can resolve, how may, as an individual, maybe protected my data? So how can we trust even the collected data of mine to be protected? Thank you very much.
I want to start out by saying there's not a great answer to this one, because I think we're dealing with it
as we, I mean, in this moment, in fact, we've seen it most recently with sort of the Indian privacy regulations that have been developed as we speak in some ways, where there is this tension between data for national security purposes and what backdoors the government wants to sort of install in these legislations. And it makes it increasingly hard for us as citizens to have the collective power or ability to push against that. I wonder whether there's room for us to think about, and I think this is kind of the work we've been doing around stewardship, to think about how we can interact with smaller intermediary organizations. I think that's where stewardship has come in. So I think dealing with the sort of policy level questions are definitely complex, and I don't think we have a good answer. But I think the context in which we see stewardship is really at more of an individual or collective level, where we're engaging with organizations that probably have a lot of sensitive data on us, even if it's an NGO, right? So this is the reason we talked a lot about nonprofits, collectives that are capturing a lot of our information. So are there organizational principles that these smaller organizations, the data holders themselves, can start to institute? So even if we are left without a sort of privacy regulation or a piece of legislation that is working in our favor, can we advocate, or can we have organizations that are advocating on our behalf? So we face this in India, where we said we don't have a privacy bill. What do we do in that case? Or if we do have a bill, it's favoring one player over the other. So how do we kind of go forward? How do we proceed? So data stewardship in some ways has been our workaround, or a way of thinking about a workaround at that level, because we don't have the sort of necessary power in other cases to sort of respond against that, or to so we see stewards as sort of like bulwarks, as these intermediaries that can push back to some extent. But again, I think this is an open discussion. We'll have to see how it evolves in our developing countries as well as in the developed world. I think even with GDPR, this is a bit of a concern today as well. So we're not seeing that other parts of the world have figured it out either. But would you guys like to add?
I mean, I would just, sorry? Okay. Sorry. I think that your question also responds to why we have are studying data stewardship, because we've recognized that different people have different needs. And so when you convene and like come up with these communities and like this cooperative or like collaborations, you serve your needs. So you contribute your data and say that I want to I want this, I don't know, whatever value or whatever you want to, what value you want from that to come. So it's like having like frameworks on a national level assumes that everyone wants to participate. It's kind of like facilitating like forced participation, and it doesn't consider the fact that different individuals have different needs, and so we want to start thinking about the fact that people have different needs, and that if this one system doesn't serve your need and you want your data to be protected from there, you don't have you have the right to not participate. I mean, I think overall we don't have the framework or how it looked like on a national level or on a continental level, or like Protect, for instance, where yes, you may be having this I don't know data system or data set that does have value or does contribute to some sort of like objective for a community, but then it's like most of the value goes into these international organizations. It doesn't deal with that, but I think we want to also like really break it down towards like these little communities and realize that it's yes data, but it's like it's data for a specific person, and like we all don't have the same needs, and therefore it should look at that. That's all I want to say.
I think one more question. Do we have one? Yeah, after that.
Thank you for raising this issue. I think data stewardship, actually, as raised earlier by different participants, it has a different way of concepting what data stewardship from government national perspective, or it could be at organizational perspective or sectoral perspective. They may define it in a way. Mainly, as to my understanding so far, responsibility for handling, controlling, sharing data from national or institutional or sectoral perspective, that is a way data stewardship is mainly be used. Now, as I conceived your thought and from the case study that you have presented earlier, it is from a human perspective as an individual, or when an individual be a member, a part of a community. Now, the question that raised to my mind is that, yes, governments may own some kind of data, organizations may own some kind of data. Now, there is a very basic issue. Can an individual, as a human being, may own data? Individual data ownership, is there such a concept? Then again, this kind of ownership as a community level. Individuals, when you belong to one or more individual communities, taking your 4 or 5 case studies, I may belong to different communities. So as a community, is there a concept of data ownership? And another perspective relating to this one is, usually governments, in a legal perspective, they define the right to access data. The right to access data, as an individual, I have a right to access my own data, my personal data, and any data collected from my part by anyone, from the government, from any other ones, that may belong to my property as a right. So how do I access it? Using what kind of platform? And how do we share with other ones? I think that is the perspective we are trying to highlight and advocate in data stewardship from a human perspective. So it's better to correlate and see the difference of different concepts that we are using in data governance and how it's related with data stewardship from different perspectives and how it differs from the other one. And also, it's better to link with also data ownership at individual and community level. Thank you.
I'll keep it brief because I know we're almost at time. But I think on data ownership, it's always been sort of a controversial way of thinking about data because likening something that is basically an extension of our human self to property, I think especially from the legal lens comes, and from the ethical lens also comes with a few outcomes that I'm not sure most governments or broadly, thinkers around data rights are ready to or would be in support of viewing data as property. But one area where this thinking has in some way been applied or been sort of tested is in data trust, where the sort of common law conception of trust is transported to a data layer. But even in that case, typically data trusts have been envisioned as where the rights, where data rights are the sort of center hold of the trust, and there's no actual, there's no sort of signing off of data as a property. And I will also sort of caveat that by saying that in our research on data trust, which has been extensive so far, we find that that's a model that only really works in common law countries, which are very few in the world, and even then it reflects a more top-down management of data rather than something that enables, like you said, the human participation and that center. So the way we envision data stewardship is not around ownership for exactly that reason, is that requires meaningful participation. Maybe, okay, I was going to say.
I was just going to qualify that to say as well, I think the ownership from like an individual lens kind of precludes the ability for us to have collective value over data. So data can't just be used by one person and then it's done, I think we see data can be used by that one person potentially, but then also for another use possibly, so for a community use. And also many instances there's data that may not be sort of attributed to one person, maybe attributed to the community, and has value for multiple community members. So for instance, the data that could be generated by a sensor in your backyard and deals with air pollution doesn't just belong to you as an individual that has access to a sensor, but may belong to the community or the residential area in which you inhabit. So I think the reason we've stayed away from the sort of data ownership lens or the individual-centric lens is that I think it avoids the possibility of us having multiple or secondary uses over that data, whether it's for research, whether it's for innovation. And I think also that there's a lot of data, the value of it can remain kind of hidden unless we share it, you know. So in some instances, yes, you absolutely want to keep your data private and you should have sovereignty over it. And we've seen that that concept emerges very clearly in the sort of indigenous data sovereignty movement. And that's another thread that's actually very well tied to data stewardship. And in that context, you know, has certain principles where the indigenous community has complete control over whether they want to share data or not, because any data that's shared may, you know, be used in ways that could harm that community or, you know, set of individuals that belong to the community. So there's some instances where data ownership comes up, but I think it's tricky, especially when you can't separate data points or individual data points from a larger set, for instance. It fails to sort of consider the sort of larger collective value around data, the secondary reuse of that data. So I think it definitely comes up in our discussions, but we stay away from it because it's super loaded as a term conceptually and also how it's been applied. And the last thing I'll say is that it tends to be the sort of immediate thread that comes from data ownership is, okay, how can you then monetize that data? It becomes like a really easy pipeline to the monetization question. And I think there may be value around data monetization. We're not saying that that's not the case. But I think a lot of what we've tried to highlight is also the non-economic use of that data for individuals and communities as well. That could be collective in nature as well. So I think that's kind of just the approach that we've been thinking about a little bit more. But sorry.
I was going to add the point on monetization, but yeah, like you said, our colleague Roland, who wasn't able to join us completely virtually and help talk through the work, is now on the call. Yeah. So maybe we can hand over to him for just some closing comments and just to close out the session, and we can of course take this offline with everyone else who's participated. Which one? Roland, we
We will share the resources after this presentation that really provide links to the work that we have done around data stewardship and encourage further interaction, any questions or comments that you might have. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Roland. I think we got some of that in the caption, but the last bit was audible. Do we want to quickly let everyone know?
All right, so we mentioned resources, as did Roland. So we mentioned very briefly that we were working on a playbook. Sorry, just the next slides. The clicker? Okay, so we have a playbook that we've been working on. So we talked about shared responsibilities, the fact that data stewardship needs ecosystem support, and multiple different layers need to be considered if stewardship were to be put into practice. So Aptly has been putting together a playbook to deal with strategies and action items that everyday stakeholders can actually take. So we have 4 plays that we've put together, one on what the public sector can do to sort of instantiate participation, one on how we think about stewards at a sort of funding and sort of sustainability perspective. So how can these remain objective entities that are not just monetizing data or extracting data? How can they be really responsible entities that are, you know, funded and sustainably funded? The other that looks at actual technical mechanisms around participation, right? So we talked about it at a sociological level, at a data justice level. How do we start to infuse this into the technical architecture is one of the plays that we look at. And then the last is we look at actual sort of public sector institutional mechanisms, right? So many of us in the room today are thinking about how to frame this at an institutional level, at a policy level, at a state level. So how do we start to think about participation at scale and at and by sort of public sector officials what needs to happen to sort of push the envelope further down the line. So we wanted to make this playbook available and accessible to you, and we would love to do so if you would be able to share your emails or with us, or if you have cards, and to sort of keep this conversation going. This is something that is very much in the works, and we hope to use the contributions from the room today to also inform a lot of what we have put down in the playbook, and keep this as a dynamic resource. We are public research organizations, so very much want to keep this as accessible as possible. So if you don't mind sharing your details with us, we'll take it down, or sharing your cards with us. We'll email you with the copy of the playbook, as well as this deck of resources that we've sort of pointed to throughout the presentation. I wanted to also thank Roland. I know he wasn't able to come in earlier, and thank you for your patience today. This was really a fascinating discussion. Thank you for all of your questions. But please do stay in touch. We're really keen to sort of keep this conversation going. We didn't have all the answers, but I think this is something we can collaboratively shape answers together. So thank you once again. Really appreciated all of you being here today. So we have a document that we're running for emails. So if you'd like to put down your email. To share our cards, we have our emails on them, as well as details of